I am so tired. I'm so sorry. Hold on. Oh. Hi, OJ. How you doing? Hi, Mike. Hi, John Bart. How is everybody? Feels Christmassy? Yeah, you'd remind me I needed to change to my spring preview. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Hi, Nakathodian. How you doing? How is everybody? How was your weekend and your week so far? Land button. Oh, I'm not clicked on the thing. There we go. Anyway, how is everybody? How you doing? I am incredibly low energy today, so I apologize if I yawn a whole lot. I get more poopy sleep? No, I don't know. I don't know what's wrong with me. I just can't seem to get energy anymore. I'm always tired. Hi, St. Clair. How are you? So, I'll have to figure that out. But yeah, I am very tired again. But I was grinding off stream, literally right now. I was just trying to get levels on everybody, just kind of even everyone out a little bit. And I figured I'd do that off stream because it's not the most interesting thing. Guys, I'm live, missed you, buddy. Thank you. That's really sweet. Appreciate that. Yes, so I'm gonna be live today, and I'm gonna be hopefully live tomorrow. Sorry about the poopy missed streams. I just I have a lot of stuff going on, and like everyone needs my help and my time, and it's always around stream time, or I don't get any sleep. So trying to squeeze in my streams when I can. I'm gonna do a little bit of grinding. Sorry, guys. It's a save and grind because I'm in the Dino Forest, and they can kill you really easily if you're not careful. So I'm gonna do that for a little bit. Important things to take care of yourself. I'm trying. I'm debating on whether or not I want to like contact my doctor and be like, hey, I'm always tired. Like I'll wake up at 11 or 10. Which is early for me. That was not my I always woke up at like 4 p.m. for 10, 15 years. So the last few years I've been waking up early for me. So like 10 or 11, and then like it hits 2 or 3 and I'm like done. I am just absolutely, like I could go lay on the bed and just fall asleep right now. I don't know why I'm so tired. And then it'll get better for like an hour, and then it hits like 6, I'm better, and then like 7 or 8, I'm like, oh, I'm ready to go back to sleep. And it's terrible. And I'm trying to work out, and like, I don't know if anyone's ever tried working out when you have absolutely no energy, but it is the worst. And Crow's like, no, 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 the working out will give you energy. And I'm like, I think the working out is killing me. So, I just bear with me as I figure out why I'm so tired. I don't know why. It's very annoying on my end, because I don't like it. They'll just say it could be depression, but it's worth it. Blood work done? Yeah. Yeah, I have to, so the insurance I'm on, they want me to get like a physical and blood work done every year, so I have to do that again this year, and I'll like be like, hey, why am I so tired? Please. I just don't want to be tired all the time. That's all. It's too cool where I am. I'm still in hibernation mode. This is different. Like, I've had lifelong on and off depression, so I know what that kind of tired is. And, you know, I mean, I'd be happy if it's the cold that makes me, like, super tired, because then it'll warm up and I'll feel better. So we'll hope. You're due for getting your blood work done, too? Yeah. I'm not the biggest fan of, needles. They don't scare me, but I have a very reactive, it's like it's a vagus nerve right here. It's basically the thing that makes you pass out if you get like upset, and for some reason the pinchy feeling of getting a needle in my arm triggers that, so I always get really like, not always, I have a tendency to get really like nauseous for a bit, and it's very, very annoying. So I try not to look at it anymore. I try not to pay attention to when people, you know, do shots and stuff. See, I personally don't mind the needles. I'm like, yeah, I don't particularly like it, but my brain's just like, yeah, that's fine, whatever. But then I'll feel that feeling, that weird pinchy feeling, and my body's just like, emergency! Pass out now! And I'm like, oh no, wait. It's just a pinch, we're fine, calm down. So, the weather change is messing with you? You know what? I'm gonna hope it's just the weather. Oh shit, I can't pet these guys. So, that's my mini vent rant. I apologize. It's just, it's annoying when you're trying to do stuff, and your body's like, yeah, no. You just want to sleep all day. Yeah, these dinosaurs, so, for anyone who doesn't realize, I'm in the dinosaur forest, and I'm fighting a brachiosaur, and they are super deadly. But I'm getting lucky at the moment. Come on, one more. One more. Yes! Look at all that XP! Look at that like magic AP. Oh, so good. Alright. Oh, I know. They can kill. You know what's funny? Alright. Let's do this. Hold on. What is everyone's level? Oh, okay, alright. I can stop grinding. Good. So this forest has tyrannosaurs, or whatever they're called, and the brachiosaurs, which is what I just fought. And the brachiosaurs are very, very rare. But they will just absolutely annihilate you unless you luck out like I just did. And I've been grinding off stream, on and off, to get all my characters kind of to level 40-ish, because this is one of the places where you can get the most XP. And I fought like 6 brachiosaurs in this whole time, and I got... Where is it? It's a different name. You can steal and or sometimes they drop a special item that I think it's called like the Celis Triad now, but basically it's very rare relic that makes it so, there it is. So all MP costs 1. So I lucked out on that. I also forgot to tell everyone I'm live. I just went straight into grinding and rambling. I'm sorry guys. Give me a minute. So good level? Yeah, it is. Alright. This game is Final Fantasy VI, but the Pixel Remaster version that's out on Steam. There we go. Yeah, it's originally the SNES game, but what Square did is they took Final Fantasy 1 through 6 and they did a quote-unquote pixel remaster. So they remastered the games, but they kept it pixelated, obviously. And they redid the music and got rid of some of the glitches. Yeah. So if you ever had wanted to play any of the old Final Fantasies, but you don't want to like deal with it looking old, you can try the pixel remasters. They're on Steam. They're quite wonderful, honestly. I've played 5, which I will be going back to on stream once I finish 6. 6 is my favorite. But yeah, if you ever wanted to try one of the Final Fantasies, the older ones, I feel like Pixel Remaster is probably the way you want to go. I'm almost done. There you go. Boo on Steam. I wanted them on the Switch, and I still feel like maybe they'll release it on the Switch. But like I said, my only issue with the Pixel Remasters is the font, and I kind of like the fact that I can change it on Steam. So buy NES or SNES version, or you know, emulate it. I think I'm gonna do Strago's thing. This is on the Switch. Come on, Square Enix. I think Square Enix wanted to see how much money they were going to make on Steam before deciding to port it to a console. But, I mean, they really should. I feel like it'd be a good idea if they did do that. So you can see Sabin's level 65. He's been my rock in this whole leveling thing. He hasn't left. He's just been power leveled. I got everyone basically to almost level 40 except Umaro. Everyone else is pretty good. When did the Yeti join? He joined last stream. Also, hi Discord Andreas, how you doing? Yes, Umaro joined last stream. Last stream is when I got everybody. This stream is me doing like the leftover bits and bobs I have to do, so I think. Alright, this is gonna take a minute. I have to re-equip everybody. Umaro's the best character? Change your mind? You can't control him. There you go. You can't control him, and I think that's the main thing. The best character is Siegfried. Siegfried? Hi, good morning. Hi, Miguel. How you guys doing? Gogo is not Daryl. I swear. Oh my god, not this Daryl bullshit. You don't want to control him. You get a sandwich while he eats realm at I will say him eating his character, like the party members at monsters, is a good bonus. I actually really like that a lot. Everybody learned everything. Alright. You're gonna get bit? No. No. Yeah, it's like the Coliseum. I mean, if you want a party of like characters you can't control, you just get Umaro, Gao, Mog. I guess you have to have one person you can control. Oh, I mean, you could do Go-Go and then just make them do something, you know, like dance. It makes the cult tower a lot easier, yeah, because you can't control him and he just does physical attacks. That makes sense. I actually, I have never used him for, like, the Fanatics Tower ever. Oh, sorry. Alright, Sally's, what do you not know? Felagramanda. Okay. You know how to heal. There we go. Tara has blonde hair, changed my mind. I wouldn't ban you. I would just judge you a little bit. I've also been trying to uncurse the curse shield with my grinding, so someone has always had the curse shield on. Mog is super adorable. Was your crutch to beat it as a kid because you weren't a very game-savvy 12-year-old? Thank you. When I first played it, I first climbed the cultist tower when I was 10, and I did it just the way you're supposed to. So it was all magic, reflect rings. I got to the top, like I made it to the top, and then I fought the boss, and then he did the thing that he does, and then I died and was very upset, and continued. Curse shield ribbon plus memento ring? Yes, I had. That's what I had on Realm. So. Alright. No. You get Ragnarok. To get Illumina, you bet the Ragnarok at the Coliseum? Great. Is that what you do? Your PC's pissing off. Really, all streams have been flickering and freezing. That's weird. We're in the same place in the game? I'm doing all the like extra stuff and then I gotta beat it basically. It's the level of your characters to where your hit point was higher than ultimate damage. That's a good idea. I just figured out what Life 3 was Did I move from Boston? I never lived in Boston. I live in Connecticut. But yes, I moved to the Midwest, like, right before COVID hit. Yeah, okay, so you get the Illumina. I think I want to try to do that. Give me a second. Yeah, you use Life 3. So the wording in Life 3 was kind of weird as a kid. I didn't understand what it meant, and it never seemed to do anything. And then I finally figured it out, so that was fun. Everyone gets hasted. Actually, who's gonna have my curse shield? Is the only way No, I'm not judging. Yeah, I know Dragon Boots and Palador works as well, or at least I know it can work. I've never tried it because it sounds definitely kind of iffy. I haven't hit Doomgaze at all yet. And I get nervous. That's why whenever I land, I save. And every time I get in the airship, I save because I don't know where he is. Sometimes you got the timing. Yeah, the timing is what would, I've never tried it, but I feel like the timing is the thing that would make me nervous. Strago, do I want to give you the curse shield? Just attacking, please? No, that would not be rad. That would be terrifying. Holy shit, Jesus. That would be horrible. That's all my cats. All my cats died. They were all old babies, and they all, like, each one died. One a year. Every year I had a cat dying. It was terrible. So no. No, they're all gone. What was it? Lupin died. Was it last year? No, it's already been over a year. He died 2020. Timber died in 2019. Yeah, Tenchi died a little bit earlier than that. They were sweeties. Alright, I need alarm earring. Sorry, I don't mean for this to take so long, I'm just cursed ring. To beat the Mage Master? Yeah. So I forgot how I figured that out, but I did, which was good. Do you know if this makes his stuff be 0? Alright. Good enough. With Velcro shoes? Sprint shoes? Velcro shoes? Well, I'm gonna make him go. We're doing the, we're gonna do his thing where we have to get, like, coral and stuff. I don't know what I'm doing with him. Can, I wanna see something. No. Alright, let's go. And like I say, I pressed the wrong buttons. No, I pressed the right button. Yeah, the coral treasure chest thing. It was weird, but you know. Just let me land, please. That's not exactly a tough part. Okay. Let's see. Did I do everything I need to do? I think so. Let me make sure everyone has appropriate equipment. Welcome. Alright, everyone's naked over there, so this circlet? No, circlet. There we go. You can tell I'm tired. Oh. You know what I'm saying? No, I get it. It's weird. I don't know. I don't know why they did that either. Yeah, sure. There we go. Alright, I think I go here, I talk to the old dude, he yells at Strago. Right? Shit, I don't remember. Hello? It's hard to believe it's only been a year since the cataclysm. Feels like a lifetime ago. Hi Kenku, how you doing? I'm looking for an old man. Maybe I have to go into the cave. You good? Oh, good. Alright. Let's go over here. Sometimes I don't remember the order of things I'm supposed to do. I just remember I'm supposed to do them. Alright. Okay. Yeah, we'll go back to... Zoop. We'll find them. Oh. Yeah. Okay. Oh yeah, I gotta do science thing too. Yes, I do commissions. I'm doing this one right now. It's a Yoshi. He's very white because he's primed, but ta-da. Yup. Commissions are how I make food money. No, to sleep in the inn is for the trigger where the kid lights his house on fire by accident. I'll do it again because it only costs a gil anyway. He's probably like here somewhere, I just don't know where he is. What you commissioned me to do something I've had a lot of experience making. I've made so many Yoshis that I'm like, I know what I'm doing. This is what I say, like if I'm making something I've made before, I'm actually kind of fast, but if I'm just figuring it out and it's new, it takes forever. Old dude, where are you? The hell? Who's Bindi? This is a grave. Oh. I don't know how to do this quest. Oh, your puppy. Okay, I'm sorry. I am trying to be as pro as I can to do it fast and make it good. Like, it looks good, right? Sorry, I can't, hold on. So he's primed white right now, obviously, and I can't, you know, this camera's not the best. So my idea was, because you wanted, like, Mario bricks, so I kind of just had fun doing that, and I did a little side thing, which you can't see because it's not focused, but I was looking at Mario floors, because I have Super Mario World backgrounds, like, ripped from the game, so... And then I decided, since Yoshi's never, ever in dungeons, this Yoshi, because the reference has, like, tears, is just like, ooh, please help me, I'm stuck in a dungeon with lava! And he's just doing a cute Yoshi thing, and that way... I figure it gives context to his, like, it's like, you wanna help me? That makes sense? Also, I'll just ask right now, do I have to put a butthole on him? Did you want the butthole? Yeah, I said ooh-woo. But he's ooh-wooing. See, these are ooh-woo fingers. You can't see, I'm sorry, guys. See the ooh-woo fingers? Don't judge me. Oh, sorry. Let me get back to that. There we go. I like my things to make sense in context, so... Does it have a secret pee-pee? No, there's no secret pee-pee. This is just a thick Yoshi. This Yoshi's got some badonk. But I actually think it looks really good on this Yoshi, and I'm like, this I think was what Yoshis would look like. So... And if I have to have a butthole, is it like just a little black cross, or... Okay guys, it's like, It's like adding vinegar to like cake. All right, we'll do it. Is it a black butthole? Little black X? Oh, wait, we have to Realm and Strago. Realm and Strago! Oh, John, thank you. The second I read that, I went, that's right, this is what my issue has always been. I always show up here just with Strago, and I'm like, why does this not work? Alright. I did this last time, too. Ah. Yes. A black cross would work fine. Okay. You looked at your guide? It's this thing. I think every time I've ever played this game, I have always forgotten I need Realm in my party for this. God. Sure. You have the guide on your bookshelf? I have my guide also on my bookshelf. It's just in the other room. Where is my fake mustache? There you go. I can give you the curse shield. Change of plans. Yeah, sure, whatever. Yeah, don't forget to add the black X on the butthole for the Oshi. I will. I might take pictures before I add the black X on the butthole. Just, you know. Just because. No, OJ, you want it. We're giving it to you. See, if I was using Uber or Realm, you wouldn't have. It was the only one I didn't level up. All right. Princess something. I thought you could wear a princess. They sell it. All right, whatever. There we go. Yes, but see, sir, you are the commissioner, and therefore I get to blame you. Take the wheel. So, yeah, John Barrett, I forget every time. Literally. Because when you said it, I was like, oh, yeah, I forget they're supposed to be in there. Both of them. I'm just teasing, OJ. Alright. Yay! We're home! I'll be in the house, okay? So full of energy. I must be the only one getting old. Grandpa! You gotta come quick, Gung-Ho's hurt. Gung-Ho? I forgot it's a trigger. Gung-Ho, hang in there. Who did this to you? It was Hidan. The legendary beast you and I used to hunt. Almost had him too. Is it Hidan? Hidan? Oh, Hidan! Oh. Gung-Ho! Strago, please, avenge me. Oh. Grandpa, what are you standing around for? You're right. I grew old and forgot all about pursuing the dreams of my youth. Gung-Ho, I'm going after him. Grandpa! Grandpa, wait! You're not thinking of going all alone, are you? I need to face the thing I ran from all those years ago. I need to get the best of it. It's a matter of pride, dear. It's a matter of you being a stubborn old man. You're my grandpa. I can't just sit here and watch while you make things harder for yourself than they have to be. I'm sorry, Realm. It means a lot to me that you care so much. But Hidon's a tough beast to track. Its name comes from the old word for hidden, after all. Oh, hidden. Huh. Got it. No one will ever find him if I don't go. To Ebbett's Rock. You. I don't know why I can't remember this part of the game. I think it's because my brain thinks it's so dumb that it just blocks it out every time. If you were to play this game and skip all the dialogue, can you still beat this game? Yes. Although you're kind of, you know, going past the whole point of playing an RPG, you know, with the story and the characters and the dialogue. But yeah, you probably could. I'm trying to think, like, if I play this in Japanese, I wouldn't be able to read it, obviously. Could I get through everything? And I think I could. More or less. Hi.
I have your favorite thing. Guess what it is?
Money. Chocolate?
Just as good as it.
Oh my god. What the hell? Pizza? Thank you. Oh.
Your favorite game lover.
There's a pizza place that has New York style pizza. And the sign they have is like, we just call it Gay Mario because it just looks like a flamboyant Mario.
Extremely flamboyant Mario.
For his, like, that's what their mascot is. So sometimes I'm like, do you want to get some Gay Mario pizza? And we don't actually know what the place is called, but it's good pizza. I like New York pizza. Thank you. Please give me a minute.
You gotta, like, fix it up more.
No, that's not what it is. But it's very good.
Then you gotta, like, cheesify it.
I'm just hungry, so. I'm hungry! Hungry! I'm the chest. Give me something to eat, or I won't let you through. I love me some coral. You got any on ya? You don't even have any. Well, I'm trying to get you coral. Do I just... No, that's me leaving. I just left. I'm sorry. Let me try this again. I got distracted by Happy Pizza. Actually, I do need to put some garlic powder on here. Alright, I don't have... Is it just me? Does it... Do I just have to have Strago? Is it just Strago then? Oh, there's monsters in here. Yay! The cost won! Alright. Oh no, I can be in here. Alright. There we go. Isn't the remaster music nice? I've admitted I'm very biased with Final Fantasy VI. I love the original. It's one of my favorite games ever. So I was kind of hesitant for the Pixel Remaster because I was like, don't mess it up. But basically, they just kind of put a nice polish on it. You know what I mean? Enjoy this music. I'm gonna put a little something something on my pizzas. I'll be back in a minute. Thank you. I will very much enjoy my pizza. How many? Oh God, I don't know how many you need. I just would get a whole bunch, like a whole bunch. There we go. Yay! Woohoo! I will hydrate. Can I hydrate while I eat my pizza? Okay. There we go. Okay, thank you. That'll be like 2 drinks. I don't need a save point. Sorry, I didn't mean to get on stream. I try not to. Oh, at once, that's right. Okay. 1 piece of coral. Yeah, I'm sorry. Oh my God, bro. I'm trying to like lean away from the mic so I don't crunch into you guys. Wash my hands before eating. Alright, Realm. Try not to die. Oh, it's so good. Oh, you didn't hear it? Okay, good. I have this very bad habit of when I eat something I really enjoy, I get lost into like the happy eating zone and I'm just like and I don't mean to be. Just how I enjoy my food. I'm told it's not exactly pleasant, so. Whereas like when you eat cereal, I'm like, you gotta crunch with your mouth open, that's important. This is show me how much, I'm gonna get like 20 coral and see if that's enough. In a second. When food is good, you go to like a whole nother dimension. I liked the Cookie Monster when I was a kid. I'm gonna blame the Cookie Monster. One more piece. No. One more piece. Excuse me. Hi there, just like, how you doing? What's up? No! Whew. I should probably stream more because I tend to lose like some of my super tiredness when I see you guys. Which is good. Sue the people from Sesame Street? That'd be so terrible. My god. I like the Cookie Monster because he would be like, ah, cookie. I liked Oscar the Grouch. Just because I thought he was cool, you know? I liked Snuffleupagus. I think only because it was like I like saying the word as, you know, like a 5-year-old. Alright, we'll hope. Hold on. No, I'm gonna have 25 just in case. Alright. Okay, I guess I'll lose. Oh yeah, that's the stuff. Corpulence is happiness, and I'm stuffed. Bleh. Woo. All right, you wanted to get through here, didn't ya? Oh, shouldn't have ate so much. Okay, it's 23 or less is how many coral you have to give them, I guess. You getting pizza? I got pizza too. Well, Crow went to the dentist to get his teeth clean. I was supposed to too, but I prefer once a year than twice. Nom nom nom. That's hit on. I love New York pizza, style pizza. Come on, eyeballs. There we go. Realm's gonna die. This is hidden. Or hidden. I always say hidden. How do we want, we can Libra you. Hidon, apply directly to the forehead. See, I always said hidon. You know what I mean? Earth. Holy. Foya. You got fire? Can you cast something that... Straight from there? I don't remember. You need more New York style pizza places in LA? I don't know, I just really like New York style pizza. This is it! Do you know what it is? Ring of Fire? Ion bracelets? Look, sometimes there's a part of me that's just like, yes. I need whatever that is. People just assumed. There you go. Sometimes you need to believe in the fantasy, but only for like a hot second. Grand Delta is what I wanted to learn. I did it! I really beat hit on. I'm sorry. I'll have to tell Gung Ho he's been avenged. Strago found pizza in the cave. Gung Ho! Gung Ho! What's all the fuss? Can an injured man get some rest? Gung Ho, listen to me. I defeated Hit-On. You what? You beat Hit-On? You're lying.
No, he's not. He really did it.
Oh, I found pizza. It was great. Oh, well, a little monster like Hit-On could hardly expect to stand to the likes of me. I can't believe it. It looks like I have to concede defeat. You showed me up, old man. Hey, Dorana, how you doing? Oh. By the way, how are your wounds healing, Gung Ho? Oh, huh? Oh, my wounds? Yes, they're fine. Hi, Vito. Hey, guys. That evening, there was more pizza. Yes. Ah, shit. So I was there creeping through the cave that seemed to go on forever. I finally reached the deepest, darkest cavern, and there he is, right in front of me. I stared at the ugly brute straight in the eye, raised my staff, and let him have it. Bam! Thwack! Pow! Right in the kisser! Oh, I wish you could have been there to see me. Oh, and then... Where's Grandpa? Huh? Oh, I think he finally tired himself out from all that jabbering and nodded off. But, do you think it's okay to leave it like this, with him thinking I was really hurt?
Don't worry about it. If we hadn't tricked him, he'd have spent the rest of his life doing nothing but talk. Even if we were faking, that monster wasn't.
I don't know how a man like him ever managed to raise a granddaughter as wonderful as you.
Yeah? Well, I don't know how anyone could be as terrible an actor as you. Strago's probably the only man alive who'd fall for a performance like that.
What did you say? Pow, right in the kisser. To the moon. Okay, I'm gonna eat my pizza. I know the plot twist, right? No, he didn't know Vito. You guys are terrible. Oh. There we go. Placebo effect is highly effective, though. It is. Your brain is very powerful. Oh shit. Brain is powerful. Pizza's so good. How have you been? Everything okay? Realm is great. I love her. She's the nicest, sassiest 10-year-old. Imagine finding New York pizza in the cave. I know, it's convenient, right? Okay. Let's see. I want to try to get the Illumina. We got Cyan Stream. Ancient Castle. We can do the Ancient Castle. That's what we're gonna do. Okay.
Meow, 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 meow. Series? Do I want to steal stuff? Is there stuff to steal in the ancient castle? Does anyone know? It's a question, and I'll just take a quick pizza break. Curb game's gonna be tomorrow no matter what. Really? I thought he doesn't talk though. That's not that many. It's a good amount. One day I'll figure out Strago's Blue Mage stuff. On a Moogle? No, I've never played Suikoden. Alright, we'll keep the couple together. That's funny. That's funny that Umuro does that. I would never thought to try that. No, I know. That's fine. If I see a question, I'm gonna answer it. This, more people than you have in some Fire Emblem maps? Okay, but still, that's not like a super large amount, you know? Okay, it's a generic dialogue. Okay. I gotcha. I know what you're talking about then. Do I have to wager this in the Coliseum to get it to Mug? No, I just ate all the cheese. You okay?
Yeah. Figured you'd be done with it by now.
I have to talk and play.
Oh. Slow down the inhale.
It does. Good point, good point. Okay. That would be cool. I'm gonna make it my new headcanon. Oh, thank you. I have dinner. That was great. All right. No, that Gogo is not secretly a... No. Oi. Not all I could... Well... Okay. Eating is done. The castle is here.
This stratum's unusually rough. We seem to be catching on something. Stop here. Oh, no, not this way. You know, right? Oh, God. Edgar. Who's your favorite place? Used to imagine what it would look like beyond the 16-bit graphics and more about the history. That's the fun thing about playing games like this as a kid. It definitely lets your imagination run wild. And I think that's really fun. I have a map. A Figaro lizard? Favorite place is the inn. Any inn that has a comfortable bed where you can get a solid 8 hours. Very, very relatable. Yep. I like that one Gill inn. Oh, sorry, I was thinking about inns. Oh shit. Just making sure. What if you literally don't have an imagination? How do you... I don't know. Is that a thing? Oh.
Thanks.
There once was a girl named Max. I think she would look cool wearing do-rags. She probably won't, which is why she is the GOAT. Something Max.
Well, listen, thank you for the 23 months on the nice limerick. Yeah, I wouldn't wear do-rags, but thank you. How are you? Oh my. You can't imagine things? Like, you can't picture stuff? Oh shit, I clicked off. Sorry. Like, you can't visualize? Because I do know that is a thing. So the funny thing is, even though I can sculpt, I also have a hard time visualizing. I can kind of visualize, but it's fuzzy, which is crazy. There we go. I don't know. I don't know. You just do something else, I guess. Shit. Still play Dungeons and Dragons? Oh yeah, you can still do stuff. It actually just makes reading kind of tough because visualizing like things. Sorry, I was thinking about something else. I don't know what I was doing this for. Visualizing things is a little tough when you're reading and your brain's just like, no. And I'm like, fun brain. Maybe if you wore do-rag, you could visualize better. Yeah. Yeah, reading books, I literally have to sit and really be like, alright, try to visualize this. Oh, okay, he's gonna die. Never mind. Ah, Ah, damn it, I cast Libra again. I win.
Hello,
Everyone.
how are you? Fine, thank you.
Oh my god!
I wish I were a bird.
Butty butty butt butts.
Leonidas, thank you. Butty butt butts. To you too. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Oh, how are you? You love the anime? I've only read the manga. Gladius, that's right. The manga was super cute. I don't know. I figured you just wanted an oddly specific number. Equip. Dagger blast with the power to smite evil foes. That's right. Oh, wait, how are you? What's up? Chio-chan is cute. Makes everything go down a bit. I guess it's this one. I like the cats. All the cats are adorable. I don't think I have them anymore. I used to have long time ago. Some Azumanga plushes, like official Japanese ones, and they're super rare. They're called Buru plushes. They had a little string you pulled, and then they would vibrate. So it's like one with, I forgot, one of the characters had like a chomping cat on her hand. And then Chio-chan just had like a face, and she would vibrate. They were very weird, but super cute. Yeah, Chio-chan's dead is the cat. I'm talking about the little kitties. There we go. Oh, Melissa, thank you for gifting us sub to Leonidas. Oh shit, I clicked off. That's why it's not working. Thank you, thank you, thank you. There we go. Yeah, the kitty that bites. And cute. This is neat. Thank you. Death Tarot. There's that kitty, and then there's like an actual orangey one. So me and my friend Jess just watched, well, she read and watched it. I just read it. And this was like high school time. And there was a whole bunch of plushes. They're really rare plushes of like some of the kitties. I remember seeing them and I was like, these are the cutest things I've ever seen. I need to go this way. There. Yes. Bites are real good. It's been so long since I read that. I should reread it. It's been oh my god, it's been so long. I got all the chests, and then I just go this way. Okay. Anyway, how you guys doing? How was your week, weekend, all that stuff? This is Why is there light out here? This is weird. Oh, I could have just... Oh. Alright, my bad. I'm about to be. I am just getting some Twitter. Okay. So this is the one song I don't like in the game, the Super Trench song. The remake is okay. So I always kind of avoided doing the castle. What is this place? It's an Esper attack! Let loose our Espers! This is the site of a 1,000-year-old battle. I'm just gonna assume like someone gets possessed by the ghost of knowledge. Lord Odin is the only Esper left to us. Has he recovered from his injuries? Does it matter? We have no other choice. We must leave this final battle in Odin's hands. I was like, it's a little overkill, guys. A city destroyed during the War of the Magi. Zentetsuken. Shoo. Zentetsuken. Wah 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 wah. Impressive. I never thought you would be able to turn me to stone. There's a legend that tells of an ancient battle between the Esper Odin and a powerful magus. It took place in the Great Hall of a castle. Thank you, Edgar, who knows this for some reason. Bitch. Imp. Kappa? Oh, it's Imp. Okay. Punisher. Rod that draws MP from its wielder to deal critical hits. Good for these guys. Monster in a box. Samurai soul. Damn it! Lock, you dumbass. Oh, I forgot I need to put the crit shield on you guys. Hold on. Wait, what's this? Achievement unlocked, money bags. Okay. Master's Scroll. Proof of a warrior's weapon mastery allows the bearer to attack 4 times per turn. What was this used to be called? Oh well. Does my whole team do 10k damage per attack? So Sabin's level 65. So if I do Bum Rush, he's going to do 9999. Everyone else has pretty good items on. I have the Ultima weapon, I have the Ragnarok. Locke's dead, but Gladius is pretty good too. So yes. They're gonna do some decent damage. Unlock, you get the cursed shield! Yahoo! Congratulations! Try not to die. And you need stats. I leveled off stream for like 2-3 hours last week. Yes. Yes, I did. So Sabin's level 65 because he was my like solid rock. So I would switch out like Sabin plus 3 new members that were like level 28 to fight in the Dino Forest to level them up. So I wouldn't wipe in case, you know, the dinos did meteor on me, which they would do. I would wipe a lot, so it was just attack, save, attack, save, attack, save. And I was like, Sabin's just gonna stay in here because 1, he can do max damage, and 2, he won't die. So that's why he's level 65 and everyone else is not. Excuse me. God damn it. Here you go. And while I did that, one person in each team had the curse shield on, so I was trying to break that at the same time. I was multitasking. Go this way first. This way. Jesus. I mean, the game internally keeps track. So when it breaks, it breaks. I threw it out. I had a grocery list that I had on the back that I just kept marking each battle that I had. And at the time I had done at least 100 and something battles. Wait. Yeah. So I was like halfway there. I don't think I'll break it on this round either, but I figure it's not something I've ever done, and I'd, you know, I'd do it up. One in here. Eh. And monsters in here are pretty strong, so I'm kind of glad I leveled a bit. Now I want to know, like, maybe I'll make you. Nah. Hello. Hey, Rafar, how you doing? Odin crumbles, leaving behind a shard of magicite. Ding. And there's Odin. And you learn Meteor. And then if you do the thing, you can learn Quick, I think? Oh no. Am I gonna learn Meteor on everyone before going to Raiden? No. Because I never use Meteor. I do use, if Raiden's the one that does Quick, I definitely do that. Hey, Blizzard Orb. That is for Mr. Poopface. Yes. Oh, I have definitely, oh no, don't, I have definitely done that. Very much. But, you need to learn Drain? There you go. But I don't think I'll do it this time. You know? Because to learn Meteor, it's 1? Yes, times 1. Here's a new Esper, don't wait, we can turn them into a completely new one. To be fair, you're not supposed to find the secret area. I forgot how I even found it. I think I was talking to like NPCs and I just eventually figured it out. What should you do when you get something? It breaks a few months after? Yeah, does it have a warranty? That's a good question. Ah, shit. Glue it, tape it, fix it. Come on. I forgot where I'm supposed to click the thing. Give me a second. Was it here? Oh, excuse me? That's such bullshit. This one was so hard to find originally. I don't like that. They shouldn't have given me that one. No. No. They should not have given... Do you know how hard, like... 10-year-old me took a very long time figuring out where that was. The indicator is a nitpick. Yes, that I definitely... I can understand why they did it. I don't like it because I worked real hard to find all the super hidden things. So, that's just my opinion. There's a book encrusted with glittering gems. The Queen's Diary. I have fallen in love with Odin. It is a forbidden love, I know, but the flames of passion obey not rule or reason. Every time I think of that noble man, my heart flutters, and fans the flames yet more. Who could rightly fault it? When the fighting ends, I shall tell him. I must. Excuse me, dragon. I'll deal with you in a moment. Even the queen was turned to stone. From the stone? Is that a tear? Odin's magicite surges with newfound power. Odin becomes Raiden. I know, right? Shin Zentetsuken cleaves all enemies in two, causing instant death. Quick! Oh. Allows the target 2 actions each turn by stopping time for everyone else. Oh, that's so good. There we go. Dragon, which one are you? Come here. Ah, blue dragon. Would it cost you 1p? Yes, basically. Lightning! There we go. Oh, you're gonna die. I need to re-raise you. Hey, Zabe, what's up? How you doing? Yeah, we're 1 second left. Minute and a half to charge up a bar. That's true. But now what's Cyan is you just choose it and like it just charges on its own while you do other stuff. Zentetsu again, which is fine. 3 dragons remaining. Okay. You got Raising Canes because 2 days ago you took a nap and had a dream about it. Okay. Ah yes, this is Cyan? Oh, this is anybody. I think I gave this to Cyan usually. Yeah. You couldn't sleep well because of some weird throat nausea? What's throat? What's throat nausea? You okay, Zave? You try to take it easy. Don't get sick or anything. Okay. I hope you feel better. Did I do everything in the ancient castle? I think I did, right? Went up here. That feeling sucks. Can I teleport out here? I'd have to have it described to me. Super enlightened. Oh, my bad. Us dumb folk just won't get it. I get you. See, I like the Ragnarok because it occasionally will cast Flare. And that's kind of awesome. Alright. Shall we go to the Colosseum next? See if we can wager a few dibbly dooblies? Oh, it's a devil. Hi, Steve, what's up? How you doing? What's going on? Did you just write Steve-O-Wo? Set alarm to the wrong time by accident. I woke up when you were supposed to be walking into work. Save. Your sleep schedule is... I don't envy it. Can I teleport out of here? Please? I just want to teleport out. Please let me out of here. I don't want to fight anymore. You're just chilling. I'm good. I'm pooped. But I had some New York pizza, which was delicious, and I'm quite pleased. We're finishing... Well, we probably won't finish it up today. Because I'm a bit of a slowpoke, and I like the game. But we're getting close to finishing up Final Fantasy VI Pixel Remaster. We're doing all the extra side stuff. It was an accident, but you didn't sleep as much as you could. I missed. Did he learn everything? I've learned it all. Alright, anyway. So how's it like being back on Twitch? Is it better than Facebook? Let me spoil this game for you real quick. There's a There's a guy named Barrett, and he has a daughter. Long game. I don't know, I guess. Okay. No, I'm not I cook for that boy every like Sunday. I make him a whole bunch of food to eat. Good food. Alright. There you go. This week I made Italian wedding soup, chicken curry. There were some pork chops. That's about it. Cause he's gonna be busy this weekend. Oh, Locke has I have the cursed shield on Locke. I'm trying to break it. So Locke gets to be my sacrificial lamb. Let's restart. You considered getting pizza, but you decided to spend your income points on canes instead. Is that your tax return? Can we call that income points from now on? Because I kind of like that. Alright. He sucks anyway. No! Shit, you made me... Actually, I have to go back anyway. My airship's on the other side. Block steals. That's important. That's a good ability to have. Oh, shit. God, there's so much crap around me. Sorry, I'm greasy. It better reflects you grinding? Okay. As a, self-employed person, I don't get income points. I get negative income points. Okay. Don't do with me. Stealing's fun. I like it. You can unlock all the doors in Nourish, which is kind of important. So, just gonna put that out there. Okay, we're gonna take Sabin and we're gonna go to the Coliseum and hope. We're just gonna hope. Hey Marsh, how you doing? What's up? Am I cold? I mean, that's why I have the blanket on. But I don't want to turn the heat up. I want to save money. Master School. There we go. Alright. Where's the Udi? I actually watched that 2 days ago. Because that's the thing. Crow slept in the Udi. He would just wear that to bed. And like a blanket for his feet. It was hilarious. But it's... The weather's kind of crazy. But I finally retired and watched it. Steve, we're gonna be an Udi sponsor? You know, alright. If you're an Udi sponsor, you actually have to like be visualized on stream. So anyone who doesn't have a cam, I don't think can be an Udi like person. And I'm not even responsive. It just sent me one and to ask me to wear it on stream. I'm trying to think of something. Hold on. Can I? No, that doesn't last out of battle. All right. Remove. Poor no. Udi is a big. Udi is it's basically like a blanket hoodie. It's huge and ridiculous, but actually really quite warm. All right, let's try this a few times and see if it works. Such a terrible idea. All right. I thought this would be out of order. It's not. Red rock. Yes. A snuggie? What's a snuggie? Lightbringer. Illumina. Okay. Yes? I'm not banned. They sent it to me. They're like, yo, you want to wear our Udi on stream for an hour? I was like, sure. I like comfy things. That was it. It was great. Alright. Let's pray that Sabin, who I have no control over now, does... He's gonna die. Ah. Just attack. Fuck. Alright, let's try that again. Yes, he definitely got Cloud on. Get the Udi in the hairlock? No. No. The Udi is still in the dryer. I think Selly's might be the one to do this. Hold on. Cursed Thunder, Dragon Thunder. Ace Shield. We put the... 65 levels and nothing to show for it? No, look. I can't help it that he decided to... Oh, God. He decided to cast sleep on an enemy. That's not something I would decide to do. What if I... Ooh, can I make just... No. Do I have a Berserk ring? I forgot how I used to do this! Damn it! Alright, whatever. We're just gonna try this real quick. Hold on, I'm not saving anything until I make sure I still have the Ragnarok. Okay. Let's try again. Yes. Sellies. Oh, God. Oh, shit! Yes! Why would you cast Life 2 on yourself? This is such bullshit. Alright, okay. Alright. She has everything that blocks, like, all the magic. So we might win eventually. This is... Please stop runinging. This is completely an RNG fight. Yeah, I gotta do the tower soon. I have to do Doma Castle. And I gotta do tower. Yes, save. This is how I feel every time I do these. Where I'm like, please. Just attack. I have her equipped. You can see that ain't nothing's gonna touch her. She has all of the things on. Please, just kill him. So how you guys doing? What's up? What's going on? How's your Thursday? I'm excited to play Kirby tomorrow. Oh my god, I did it! Yes! You get 6 days off. Nice. It's almost painful to watch you, but I win. That's all that we need to know. Where's you working? For 2 more hours? You work too much. I got the Lightbringer, a legendary sword of the heavens that may cast wholly upon striking an enemy. Uses up MP to deal a critical hit. Whoa. No, I have Shadow. No. Selly's is very OP if you just put all the things on her, pretty much. Okay. Selly's, I believe in you. Oh, so good. I'm gonna save, and I'm gonna try wagering like 2 more things. Just because I don't remember. And then, do we want to do Cyan's Dream? Or do we want to do the Fanatic's Tower first? Anyone have opinions? Oh, we could do Gao's thing too. What was I gonna... Alright, hold on, my brain's not working at the moment. The character's OP if you give him the best gear. Yes. Take notes, young one. Gao's thing? Okay. After Gao's thing, do we want to do the tower or the dream? I'm looking for this. Cyan's Dream? We can do that, alright. Yes. All these names are different. I don't know. Alright, we'll do Cyan's Dream. Okay. Oh, that's right. The thing doesn't work. There's the thing you can do with the boss that... Never mind. I've done it the hard way before. Genji Glove plus offering in the Coliseum's OP. The offering is now called Master Scroll. I put it on Sabin and he immediately died, so I'm just... Selly's is it. She can just runic and eventually hit stuff. Yes. There we go. Are there any other things that I need to wager, or that I could wager, that any of you remember? Because I didn't remember. There we go. This is how you get mug. Steam keeps buffering. Stream. Poopo Kaka internet, or if it's Twitch. No drop frames on my end. Everything else seems all good. Wait, hold on. Brigand's Glove. Which one's the gem box? What's it called in this game now? Okay, oh wait, economizer makes it 1, right? Makes a magic cost 1. Because it's called a Selly's Triad now, and I got one off a Brachiosaur. So, I already got one. I lucked out. Gem box does 2 times the spell. Okay. Alright. And the economizer is the one that does... which is this. Alright. Sorry. They're going by the Game Boy Advance names of everything, I think? And, I know the original names, so... You can get gem boxes, but okay. Okay. It sounds almost right. I know there's something you can bet that you'll get, the ability to name change item. And I think there's a few other things, but I just don't remember what they are, so I'd have to look it up. But this is the main stuff that I remember, so... tried to make my little dancing girl be able to hit beats better, so I slowed her down. Sorry. Alright. We'll do Gao's thing. Which is right here. Which is right here. Except I need Gao in my party. It's so... The poor kid. Just the poor little monster boy. Okay. I got the cat, the... whatever the cat one is for his rage, so... That actually is a really good one. Work lurk? Okay, Mobile, thanks for work lurking. I hope you're doing alright. I need Sabin? I thought I just needed Gao to just start the thing. Alright. Come on, my pretties. Goddamn Moogles are cute. Sabin is best boy. There you go. Work lurking. Gotta start it. Sabin to bring it home. Okay. Well, there we go. Got everybody. Yes, I found the cat last week before the stream. Yes, I was very excited. Because everyone's always told me about the cat rage. And I was like, okay. There you go. You went to King's earlier, you don't know what you're thinking because you're in your head. I should get 18 chicken strips and 4 Texas toasts. Say, that's like food for 4 people. How much can you eat? My god. Did you eat it all? In your head was hunger. He's gonna be a big noodle boy. Sorry. Okay. Oh, hello again. It's been a while. Let me tell you, those repairs of yours were top notch. I told you I'm not. Now hurry up and fix that chair over there. You're gonna need it to stand on it so you can fix the roof. You don't suppose. Gao, couldn't that man be your father? Wow. Come on, Gao, don't you think? Father? Yeah, that guy's gotta be your dad. Gao, Dad? Wow, Gao! Alright, let's go tell him. He needs to know you're his son. Wait a minute. This is a once-in-a-lifetime event. We should at least dress you up a bit. Let's go to your door and get you spiffed up. Hi, John Grant, how you doing? You can eat a lot, is your problem? I can eat a lot too. No, Gao! How many times do I have to tell you not to eat with your fingers? Wow. Don't say wow when you mean sorry. Yow! How do you like these? Wouldn't they look good on him? Oh, but those other ones suited him well too. Mumble mumble. Everything you liked, boy. Wouldn't even be able to move. What was that? Nothing. Didn't say a thing. Whew, that was close. What to do, what to do? Oh, this is nice. But we need something that would look good on Gao. We'll pick something already. What did you say? Nothing. Now this is a fine and jaunty little hat. Maybe if we were a clown. I beg your pardon? If he wore a crown? Ha! We would not want his father to think he is some kind of prince now, would we? I know just the thing. That's a Kenpogi. It's perfect, functional yet sporty. That's not exactly what I had in mind. Not an ounce of fashion sense between you. Excuse me, I'd like to order a set of clothes just like the ones I'm wearing. Setsu, no, we're trying to make them look better, not worse. I've got it. A tuxedo, a silk hat, and a rose between his teeth. Talk about overdoing it, sheesh. I guess we'll have to go with a bandana on top of his head after all. A bandana? I thought we were trying to make him look presentable. Guess we should all know better than to expect any sort of class out of Locke. What was that? Say it again, I dare you. Oh god, they're fighting. This is adorable. Listen, Gal. You're gonna go in there now and show your father what a fine young man you've become. Yow. Excuse me, sir. Who in the blazes are you? Oh, the repairman. Sir, you had a son once, didn't you? You remember, right? A son? Yes. You see, sir, he's alive. Gao, speak up.
Father.
Huh? What? What's all this business about his son? I don't have a son. But now that you mention it, I once had a terrible dream. A dream in which some kind of demon child was born. I grabbed the thing and rushed off to the Veld with it. The thing was crying like crazy by the time I got there. But, sir... I left a child there. And then I turned around and ran, trying not to look back. I'm trying to tell you... Then all of a sudden the crying stopped. I turned around. And there was some frightful monster. Never seen anything like it. Hideous it was. Still gives me the shakes when I think about it. I give up. This guy's hopeless. But you, young man, your parents must be proud to have such a fine son. I still dream about being chased by that demon child. Terrifying, those dreams. Why, you old, running your mouth and not even so much as thinking about Gao's feelings. You want me to beat some sense back into you?
Wow.
Beat him up. I'm sorry.
Father, alive. Gao, happy.
Oh, so sad. Now we go kill the father because he's a terrible person. That's the Gao scene. I'm like, Gao, I never use you in battle, but I'll hang out with you and freaking... I'll give you cookies and hugs. No, nothing happens. Hey, say everything fixed yet? Can I sleep in your bed? I'm not gonna sleep in your bed. Anyway. So if I have other people in my party, like if I don't have Sabin, is there a different scene? I've always had Sabin in my party for this. No comeuppance. Gao became the bigger person. Spoke English. Alright, sorry. No, if you don't have Sabin, okay. The scene doesn't kick off, really? Oh, I didn't know that. Okay. Sorry, let me... Junk Brain, you came in right in the middle of like a whole thing. No bueno, you're not... no good? You okay? I'm sorry, Junk Brain. I hope you feel better. Yeah, no, I have no idea. Sabin's always been in all my parties. Too bad for Gao. Everyone gets cool stuff and they deal with their past trauma. Gao gets weapon Weapon of the Great Depression! Oh no! Why would you put it that way? Oh god. Oh, poor gal. I feel so bad for him. Alright. We're gonna do Science Dream. Mr. Hunka Chunk, her, him, and then... yes. Alright, give me a minute. The only issue with this game is you always have to equip people. Alright, Cellies, I made you so strong. I don't think you need the A's shield. Can anyone else use it? There we go. This does magic stuff. Kenji Master. Okay. You can have... There, you can be fast. There we go. And then we'll... He knows how to cure, and he knows how to do some damage. You had Phoenix on you. There. Alright. Let's go to Doma. After Doma, I have the Fanatics Tower, and then... Dude, hell yeah, I gotta go fast. Oops, that's the wrong button, sorry. Fanatics Tower, I need to get Doomgaze. And then Kefka's Tower, and I think that's everything. Right? I'd want to be friends with Sabin. Do I get more than one choice? Sabin is the coolest. Wait, what? Exeth is on the belt? What? What? Explain. I'd be friends with Sabin. I'd be friends with Gao. I'd be friends with Mog. Absolutely. I'd be friends with... I mean, Edgar's cool. He hits on everyone, but I'd be friends with him. I'd be friends with Sally. I'd be friends with, like, everybody. Who wouldn't I be friends with? I gotta think. Oh, the names are different. I'm Laragorn. I'm Kurlax. I'm Mobius. We're the Dream Stooges. This man's soul is ours. This man's soul is ours. This man's soul is ours. Bon appetit! Schmoobity boobity! Pajow! Okay. Wait! Yeah, I wouldn't be friends with Kefka. You have reliable information from a popular 1995 AOL message board that says you can find X-Death on the Veld if you have Gogo in your party. Ah, I was like, did I actually miss something legitimate? Like, everyone's terrible, but that's what makes it so special. You should write a story. You should write a story about your terrible friends. That's what most stories are about anyway, right? I don't remember which way I'm supposed to go.
You follow us all the way into this guy's dream. I better not fight you until I've got my brothers with me. Ciao for now.
You wish you had terrible friends? Oh, I've had plenty. You can have mine. This feels like Earthbound now. Oh, you know what? I have this. You can't hurt me. It's the wiggling background. It's the wiggling background. Of course, playing Earthbound, when we go to bed, I got on the Switch. So I feel kind of proud where I'm like, oh yeah, you gotta do this. He's like, oh yeah. I'm like, oh, well, I've just played the game not too long ago. I can help you. Practically an expert now after playing it once. Alright, I'm not putting on the Genji and then like, I like doing this stuff, but I also don't like doing it, so I'm not gonna do it this time. No, I'm gonna do it. I changed my mind. I'll get to you eventually, Sellies. Anyway, so I wouldn't be friends with Kefka. Or Gestal. Yeah, same thing. Okay. What's happening? Like, in general? Like, do you know where I am? We went back to Doma Castle, which is where Cyan is from. And Doma Castle was the place that was poisoned, so everybody's dead. So we went to the inn, and we decided to take a nap. Because we could. And, Cyan didn't wake up. We're like, yo, Cyan. And then these 3 kids showed up, and they're like, me, we're the Dream Stooges. We're gonna eat his soul! And we're like, and then they jumped into his body, and we're like, hell no! We jumped into his body too, somehow. So now we're metaphysically in Cyan's, like, soul area, and we're trying to help him. That's why it's weird looking. Oh, General Leo? I'd be friends with him. Is your mouth and audio desync? Blah 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 blah. Try reloading. It seems... everything seems okay on my end. Alright. I'm switching this because I don't like actually attacking for that long. It's okay? Okay. There you go. Thunder Aegis. Who else has Thunder Shield on? Hey, you. Alright, whatever. See if that helps? That's a good idea.
We're the Dream Stooges. And we're all together now. There's no escape for you.
Just download more RAM. Perfect. Libra? There it is. Oh, one of you does like raise or something, right? Water. Ice. Bitch. Do these could yeah, no, these are the Dream Stooges. We're gonna beat them up. How'd you miss? Same is just gonna Phantom Rush whoever feels like Phantom Rushing, and then bitch! I don't have any way. Oh crap. Alright. Well, lucky for you, I haven't been casting any magic. Ah. That's not gonna hurt me. Oh, I'm gonna beat him up. From Final Fantasy V? Well, that one looks like he's flicking me off, so... Magic in this game can be very strong, and I used to know, like, what was what, but, now I just like beating the shit out of stuff. There you go. Yep. I'm good. I'm good. Dreamscape Phantom Train. Oh, this stuff. I never remember what I'm doing. It's timed. Genji glove. No, there's no... This is kind of like how my dreams are. Bits and pieces of stuff that has happened. There's no more... There's only one train suplex. Okay. Oh, does it tell me? One would do well to remember the position. Such knowledge could be one's salvation. A lump of metal. Oh yeah, okay, okay. That's right. Oh my god, that is so strong. You feel like you remember this part? Good. We're on the Phantom Train, but we're on like a dream version of the Phantom Train from the beginning of the game, so. Flame shield. Boop, boop, boop. I will remember. Okay. That's right. Boop. Ice shield. Boop. X potion. Hey Foxtrot, how you doing? Welcome, welcome. Oops. That's all the treasure chest, right? And then we... What's this one do? And then This one? And then... No. Yes. No? No. Sully's, yeah. She's strong. She has the Illumina on, so it uses your magic points to do critical hits. So... yeah. But it also means you're slowly losing all your magic points, but that's not a big deal. What does this do? Yes, I did. I chose the blade. It's just a resort. That's true. There we go. There you go. Mute. Thank you. I did let chat vote. Oh, oops. Maybe the auto crossbow. There we go. I feel like this is a waste. I feel the same, but I also like having big, powerful sword. Okay. What am I supposed to do here? Press. I don't remember what I'm supposed to do. Nothing. That's right. Yep, this is definitely like a dream of mine. God, donuts would be so good. She's a magic type person. Donuts are... oh man, I've been trying to eat better-ish. I say as I eat pizza today. So for this part, I remember I would get stuck going in circles. Refreshing can't be better. Well, thank you. What was I saying? Oh, so I would go in circles. I would go in big circles, and then eventually you do this, and the dream continues on, just so you know. Have you seen the strawberry-filled donuts in California shown the intergalactic fox? No, I have not. Just give me like a nice glazed. Nice glazed donut or a chocolate frosting. Do I want EO? What? Rare monster in the screen? Is it a rare monster? Oh, did I miss it already? Can I go back? Oh shit. Is it over here? Where is the monster? Because I'll grind for him for a hot second. I probably missed a whole bunch of stuff in the bestiary, but I'll do it anyway. Just start walking, like what? Around here? Alright. Well, tied him up. Okay. Off the bridge? Okay. If you didn't get an American-sized soda, you probably go for... Let me see. Oh, I'm looking at donuts real quick. Oh! Well, I mean, I'm gonna say you put fresh strawberries on pretty much any kind of pastry and I'm sold. Hey! Got him! Nice. Thank you. There we go. I love strawberries. Funny fact is, I think... Yay, I know. I think I'm allergic to strawberry seeds. They have some kind of protein in them that makes my stomach, like, freak out. And I get super, like, stomach cramps. But only if I eat, like, a pound of strawberries or more, which is something I usually do. So, when I eat, like, a mass amount of strawberries, I expect the tummy ache. Okay. Your mom's the same way with strawberries? With, like, the strawberry egg? Strawberry egg, tummy ache. You're saved? Please, save my husband! Save Cyan! Where are we? What is this place? You're inside Cyan's mind. My husband, Cyan, continues to torment himself over what happened to Doma, what happened to the world, and what happened to us.
The depths of his despair caused a monster known as Rexol to latch onto him.
Rexol is formed of the countless souls lost during the conflict 1,000 years past.
They're hurting my dad! Help him!
I try. Please. Help Cyan.
You have to help Dad.
I will. I'll try my best. He is suffering from emotional damage. I mean, I don't blame him. It's kind of rough. There you go. So your mom has the same issue with strawberry seeds? It's such a silly thing, and I finally looked it up, and they're like, it was just like, yeah, strawberry seeds can give you, like, tummy cramps. And I was like, oh my god. I always thought it was because I ate, like, 3 pounds of strawberries in one sitting, but no, it's actually a thing. No, you can't. I think that was, like, patched out. I'm gonna try anyway, but... There's nothing in here that I need. So juicy makes you squint? Sometimes they're tart. You get a little sugar on them. And you make homemade whipped cream. Oh my god. I could cry, it's so good. I get Crow on it. He's like, homemade whipped cream. I'm like, yeah, you just whip it up yourself. I'm like, I'll make it, I'll show you what it's all about. And then I just see him in the fridge every while just like eating whipped cream because it'd be in a bowl, and I'm like, dude, listen for the strawberries, please. You know what? I don't think I ever really wander here in the stream. I'm gonna do this real quick. It's adorable, because I do the same thing. Every once in a while I'm like, I got a spoon, I'm just gonna eat some refrigerated whipped cream. It's delicious. Make strawberry preserves? That'd be fun. Oh yeah, I mean, I use a lot of vanilla extract, some powdered sugar, not a lot. Just whip it up with a, you know, a beater. An electric beater. It takes like 5 minutes. And that's it. You've got heaven in a bowl. So good. Oh, I can't wait till strawberries are in season. So now when I eat like a mass amount of strawberries, I take a Tums. And sometimes that helps. So... Hi Star, how you doing? Or hi Star, I still don't know how to pronounce your username. I want to be sassy and call you his tar. Sorry. Welcome, we were just talking about strawberries. I'm gonna assume there's nothing here, but I don't think I've ever checked, so I'm doing it. You're so strong. It's correct. All of them are correct. Well, I say his star, but I don't think that's correct. High star? His tar. Okay, there's nothing over here. You have strawberries in your fridge? Isn't strawberry season in like April or May? Yes, your username's very easy to pronounce. Jean Bart. Okay, there's nothing here. Mine's fairly easy. Most people say Magitech, some say Magitech. I get a few people doing that and I think it's adorable, so. June? I thought it was like a late spring berry. Like May? You could be right. Oh! That makes sense, OJ. It should be Mage I-Tech. Magitech. That's it. Okay. No more wandering. Mags is fine. Oh yeah, I got so we got Ultima, we got the Lightbringer or the Illumina. It's there, it's quite nice. You can't wear. Hold on. Okay. Mage I-Tech. No, Magitech. It's easier. Maggle Waggle, you have never said that. You must be Rexol. Let Cyan go. You're too late. This man can't escape me. He is overcome by despair at his own powerlessness. I am fed by his sorrow, his anger, and his hate. And now I shall partake of yours as well. I'll possess one of your bodies. Perhaps I'll return to this form once you've expired. What am I supposed to do? I'm supposed to like banish these guys? Stop that. That didn't do anything. Joke's on you guys, I've always done it the intended way. I've only done it the not intended way when I started streaming and found out about it. Let's do this fast. No, the only thing is killing my guys is gonna be tough. We MP him, so somehow he will pull MP out of his butt to cast it. Awesome. I don't know if you have really the low hit point for die. Okay, it's not you. Sully's is never gonna die. Alright, let's try Sabin. Alright, Sabin. I believe in you. Alright, it's Sully's. She's equipped too well. No! Oh, I don't want to use it, I'll break it. There we go. We'll get there eventually. For hours. I don't remember how I figured it out. It's because I have re-raise on everybody that it didn't work. Okay, die one more time. My genius plan might have not been too genius. Just die, Jesus. Okay, so I guess if you have re-raise... Alright. Alright. Let's try this again then. Yes, Magitech Smash. Alright, we're gonna have to kill everybody without freaking re-raise. Okay, it was in Sabin! Alright! Hooray! Shithead. Now, does he disappear if I re-raise him? I don't remember. No. Yes? No? Joke's on you, I'm just here to hit you real hard. That's it. Just getting hit real hard, real fast. There you go. That's how you do it the quote-unquote real way. Usually you're not as high level though. Guard bracelet. You need a smash emote? Thank you. I thank you all. I thought I could hear my wife and son calling out to me. Their voices gave me the strength to hold on. This long, thank you. Appreciate it. Elaine. Owain! Thank you, my love.
You're really strong, Dad.
No. I could not do anything. Not then, and not now. I am a man without honor. You're wrong. You've always had more than enough for all of us. My beloved, we'll always be with you.
Dad, I love you.
please, wait. We'll always be at your side. Elaine and Owain live on in my heart. I can no longer dwell on the past. I must follow the road which I believe to be right. Cyan purged his mind of confusion and doubt. Cyan's swordsmanship attained its peak level. Master Samurai achievement unlocked. Sorry, there we go. Oh, do you think? Thank you for gifting a sub to Dave. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Enjoy your emotes and no ads. Thank you. Obtained Alexander Magicite. No, I forgot an Esper. Holy! Shall protect and dispel Asuna. Wait, it's not. It's beautiful how Cyan can act as a father figure to ignorant sage. I feel like Cyan is like the most grounded of them, you know? Here we go. No more scary dreams. Only happy dreams. Oh, we can do Shadow's thing. I haven't done his dreams on stream before, if you want that. I'm glad you like that emote. We can do that. Because now all we have is Fanatic's Tower and then Kefka's Tower. It's true. Did I forget anything? So I don't have to unequip you. Oh, Doomgaze! Okay, let's fly around for a hot minute. Hello? Am I gonna use them? No. My main party always consists of these people. I did the ancient castle already. I just did that. That was the first thing the second thing I did on stream. What am I looking for? Earring? I did Gao. So I started with Ebon Rock, and then I did Ancient Castle, we did Gao's thing, I just did Cyan's Dream, I went to the Coliseum to get the Illumina. So I got Shadow's Dream sequences if people want to see that. I have the Fanatic's Tower. I got the Dragon at the Opera House already. I did all of Locke's stuff. I did Nourish, obviously. I have Doom Gaze I need to do. Everyone is... I have Go-Go. Oh, I got Go-Go. What do you have for magic? Hi, dragons. How you doing? What's up? Alright. We'll land, and then we'll run around and see if we can, nab Doom Gaze. You're exhausted? It's because you never get any sleep. And you need to get sleep.
Well, well, well. Another Belmont here to put me back in the grave.
OJ, thank you for gifting a sub to dragons. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Enjoy your emotes. Who told you don't sleep? You. Everyone knows you don't sleep. That's not a secret. Alright, let's just let's do this for a minute or two. I can talk to you guys if you like while I try to find Doom Gaze. I guess he's just like in one spot and you gotta fly into him. Yeah, you've been exposed. See, the funny thing is I haven't run into Doom Gaze at all. And usually I always run into him. Yeah, by yourself. You exposed yourself. You need more sleep. No one in this community sleeps. John Bart gets enough sleep. He gets enough sleep for all of us. Oh, please go. Thank you. I mean, I get sleep, but I'm sleepy. I don't know. Thank you for following, Tassan. Appreciate it. Doom Gaze, where are you? I want to fight you now. Please come on, fight me, bro. If your class keeps up the effort, our racing game might make it on Steam by summer. Ooh, well, you definitely absolutely need to pop in my Discord and promo yourself and let us know so we can try it out. Oh, we're gonna go this way so now. I want to play. Cat's definitely, yeah. My old cat Timber was deaf and he would start meowing very loudly at me at, like, any time when I was sleeping. Because he'd want to come in and cuddle. So yeah, I'm used to that. Or I was used to that. It's a great alert. Alright, I'm about to just go up and down. Alright. Oh, no, no, no. Straight lines only. There we go. Just a little off center, so eventually I will hit something, I hope. Does finding Doom Gaze get me anything? I don't even remember. Yes. Yeah, it might have been nice if I don't know. Bahamut, okay, thank you. You can learn lores from him? Like level 5 death or whatever? One day, not this day, I'll learn Strago stuff. You look forward to the next art stream? I'll get off my booty and try my best to do an art stream. Tuesdays are usually super busy now, so. So we'll do once over on this map like this. We're bound to hit him. You know what? At least the music's good. I'm happy about that. Yeah, I have a lot of art stuff I can do on stream that I need to do. I'm still quite pleased about this Yoshi. Is Doomgaze dead? Did he not make it this time? Class starts at 9 and ends at 6:20 on a Monday and Tuesday. 5 every other day and projects due every week. Ah, found him. Jesus, dragons. Oops. There we go. Doomgaze, you not like... You know, whatever. We're gonna search this long? We're gonna kill him. If I thought of doing a big Yoshi? What do you consider big? Bitch ran away. You've been messing up your diet? Look, I understand college and everything, super busy, but you have to take care of yourself. That's number one. Otherwise everything goes to poop. Life size. 2 feet tall. I mean, like this Yoshi is... It's a bit bigger. It's big for me. I sculpt very small, so... Oh, big Yoshi! Big fat Yoshi! Yes, yes, yes. I just thought you were using big ironically. I know what you're talking about. I've actually never thought of big Yoshi. Alright, we'll keep doing this. Too tilted. There we go. Cool. I don't wanna... Okay. You need Yoshi butt as a sculpt? You've upgraded. Instead of soda and Oreos, it's Kroger cookies and Nutella with Crystal Light or tea. No. Drink water or tea. Eat, like, meat. Meat and potatoes. There you go. You're gonna get diabetes from all that sugar. That's not good for you. Meat and potatoes is where it's at. Oreos are not a meat? Get out of here. Nobody got time to cook meat. You just cook a few meats and then you eat them throughout the week. Or you make a stew. That way you just maximize the meat and potato. Chop it all up, throw it in a pot, add some better than bouillon, water, carrots, potato, anything else you want. Done. Hydro homies represent. I'm telling you. Oreos are vegan. I think I remember hearing about that. Whoa, whoa, whoa. 3 hours of sleep? You need more. You need more than that. You need more. Don't sacrifice your health. Pay a friend to make you food. Like, I'll give you 20 bucks to cook me my food for the week. Yeah, we're all still breathing. It's the quality of life that matters. Oh my god, where's Doomgaze? Well, move closer to me. I'll come by. I'll cook you some food. Easy. Doomgaze is gone forever now. Why? Don't you dare! I'll dig you up and revive you and feed you good food. No! I will. Okay, okay, we're doing it this way. Did you miss? Do you hate fire? I forget. Stop missing! There we go. Get a good old hunk of nothing. Except that. Piece of magicite fell from Deathgaze's maw. Bahamut. Pain will help. Pain that will get you more money, hopefully. Thank you. Yes, but also you need to be healthy. Because you don't want to spend all the money that you make from getting a good degree on, you know, medical bills. Kind of defeats the purpose. Yeah, eventually 3 hours. I mean, you can do it, but you will feel it eventually, that's all. Yes, please. Okay. Boom. We'll do a Fanatic's Tower now, I guess? I want my dream team, which is these guys. Cat had been so quiet you forgot. It's scary when your cat's too quiet, because then you're just like, uh-oh. What did they get into? Whenever Tenchi was too quiet, I'd have to look for him, because I'd be like, he's up to something. Occasionally I would find him like locked in a closet, just sleeping on a bunch of towels and stuff, and I'm like, okay, good thing I looked. Oh, I need reflect rings. Everybody gets reflect rings. It's true though. I'd be like, Tenchi, where are you? Where have you gone? It is too quiet. And it'd just be like in like the broom closet, just sleeping on, you know, towels and stuff. And I'm like, first of all, who locked you in here? Reflect rings. I forgot where you buy these, so we're just gonna check here first. This is not the right store. This is the right store. Yep, exactly. If they're quiet and you can't see them, something happened. Oh yeah, no, I didn't blame Tenchi. It was just like, you know, this was like 10 years ago in an old apartment with a bunch of people, and I'd just be doing stuff and suddenly like my brain go off and be like, Tenchi hasn't been noisy or done anything in a while, I wonder where he is, and I'd just wander about, and I remember it was like twice. I'd look everywhere and then I'd open up the closet and there he was. One of my roommates accidentally locked him in there because he probably just zipped in there and then fell asleep. And I felt bad, so I was like, I'm sorry babe, you can't be locked in there. It's not good for you. There we go. Alright, reflect rings for everybody. Okay. Walk in your room at night and sleep on a pile of your dirty clothes. This, you know, how's your magic? No, your magic's better. Do we have the gold, I do. That's it. That's all I got. So I guess Edgar, you're stuck with this. And next to you, she blinks a lot when you look at her. I mean, she loves you. Just eye blinkies. They do this. She purrs, and then they do little headbutts, little cat headbutts. Also a sign of affection. Sustenance. I am a cat I must feed. Okay, let's do this stupid bullshit tower. No, I replaced the font. Nope. The original font is, it's not pixelated, and it's very, like, tall and skinny. So it kind of sucks to read if you're dyslexic. I'm a little bit dyslexic. And it just, as a visual standpoint of a game called Pixel Remaster, having font that looks out of, like, a mobile game, looks like shit. So I just switched it out. It's very easy to do, and you can do it. You just have to look it up on the internet. You just switch out 2 font files, and you're all set. Oh yeah, I can put Berserk on my party members. I'll just Berserk Edgar. Is there a Berserk ring? Peace, Amulet, White Keep. Come on. Everything's named differently, so I don't... Sniper, Gaius, Hero, Hyper, Zephyr. No. Yeah, this was a... I forgot which font this was. I found it off of Twitter and I was like, oh, that works, I like it. So I replaced all the... because I have all the Pixel Remasters, I just replaced the font in all of them and I was like, that's easy. Is Liquor reflectable? I don't remember any of this stuff anymore. So, but yeah, I like that. I like what they did for this. So there's a streamer called Spoonie, and she replaced Final Fantasy 1 font with Wingdings, and she played it all the way through. Poison? So that is a thing someone did do. Like, a lot of people are really angry that people don't like the font, the OG font and what they have for this. And I'm like, but it's poop. It's like making a very nice gift and then wrapping it in, like, a garbage bag. Obviously, it's the gift that matters, but the garbage bag kind of takes away from it. Alright, that's all I'm saying. Yes, but I like what they did with this song. It's definitely, like, more ominous. I can't believe I put another exclamation point there. How does everybody feel about non-stop Fundaga? Does it just kill everybody in one go? Shit. Oh, that's right, you get a ton of magic points in here. I forgot about that. Oh yeah, you can use the Moogle Charm. I forgot about the Moogle Charm. That's where you get the air anchor. A tiny sphere that orbits its owner's head prevents petrification, zombie, and instant death magic. Do I want to Moogle Charm this? Should I be cheap? I can be cheap. I like how I'm blocking everything. Come on. Thank you. That's pretty. Air is too hard for you? It's just tedious. But yeah, you can definitely use the Moogle Charm. Yeah, no, that's true. Okay, I don't need to fight this. I will hydrate. I have to get water. Steve, do you want to make a poll? Or OJ? It will be Moogle Charm or no Moogle Charm. I'll let you guys decide. All like 3 of you who will vote, you can decide. Okay. You want to see Dao being used more personally? Oh, I never use him for anything. Okay. We'll get the Moogle Charm then. Here's my hydrate. Okay. Can I... No. That's right. You can't teleport out. The boost trains? The what now? Hey, I learned quick. There's Flare. Chat can pay Twitch for boost to temporarily push you to the front page. Just pay to win for the fun. Wasn't that what they were trying out a while ago with some people getting that? I mean, everyone needs reflect, right? Do they ever need it? It was a beta test for croissant from Waffles Chat Saute. Okay. I thought like it only boosted you for like a few minutes, and it didn't even really show. Like it showed up in its own weird category. Moogle's Charm. I'll check it out in a minute. Yes. Good, good abilities. Mog, do you know anything? You do. Oh yeah, Marsh, how'd your thing go yesterday? Sorry, I meant to ask. I don't think I need to worry about floating, but just in case. There we go. Went 4-1, nice. Does anything else happen after that, or is it just like a one-time deal? Very nice, congrats. Look, I'm weird nitpicky about like the order of people. There you go. Very nice. Gotta make a friend. Okay, I'm just gonna be running up a tower. Sort of. Hopefully be streaming more of them. So each level here, eventually you get to like another level and then the demons become harder. So it's like level 40 and then you get to like level 50 and so on and so forth. Dragon. Ninja sword. Okay. Okay, I hope I don't die. Let's go. That's not a pearl dragon? No weaknesses. Cool. How'd you like to be? Can I slow you? Do you have reflect on? Can I poison you? Mog? Mog. Oh, I got quick. Let's do it. Well, he's a holy dragon, so it makes sense. How would you like to be? That would never work. Do I? Here to lurk, too tired to be actively annoying today. Okay, Russ. Try to relax. Thank you for lurking. Mog learned Love Serenade. Ah. Holy Lance. Last year in Kefka's Tower. Yes. Num, num, num. Smite evil foes. Which one does because this is Gladius. But I like having. It doesn't matter. Whatever. Thank you. I already have force armor. I have 2 now? Come on, eyeballs. That's a force shield. There's force armor. Sully's Edgar. Early ones in my party can do that. Here it is. I mean, it doesn't really matter because I reflect on everybody, so that's fine. My what? 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 Wink. Soul of the Mesa. How many times have I walked out of there and not... use the top of the tower. Not equip that. Oh, is that what you're saying? That's what tank tops are to you? Singlets? I didn't know what that meant. I just call tank tops tank tops. Do I feel like... Dual cast, yeah, that's right. Who wants to have dual cast? Anybody? You can have dual cast, sure. Whatever. Singlets, usually shortened to singers. Yeah, no, had no idea what you're talking about. Yeah, no, I have a lot of tank tops. This one's just my Smash Brothers one. Yeah, wife beaters are, I recognize that, yeah. Lord Kefka's treasure. Return the treasure. No. Why can't you just call them tank tops like normal people? Can I berserk him? Does he have shell on? I don't remember. Not shell, reflect. Does that not? Oh yeah, no, I know he does. Sorry, I got that covered. Well, you're kind of useless. I'm working on a game. Saga for everybody. Oh wow, what? I was just setting up my. I was just. Okay, I win. Wow. I feel gypped. A little bit. I didn't think I leveled that much. Okay, well, yeah, no Ultima spell. I beat him up so hard. He didn't even cast Ultima spell. I berserked him. Wow. Okay. Well, I mean, it wouldn't have mattered. I had re-raise on everybody, but still. Bosses in this game don't give you XP. They give you AP sometimes. Power levels, I don't know. It was... I'm not that strong, I promise! How it's supposed to normally go if you don't know. He's a wall-changing boss, so he has one weakness. So, goddammit. So, like, say, ice is his weakness. So you attack him with magic until you realize, oh, it's ice that hurts him. Okay. I think it might, you know, if you do fire, it might heal him or something. And then you try to get as many attacks in with, say, ice before he wall changes again. And then changes his elemental weakness to another thing. So that goes on for a really long time, and then eventually he dies. And when he dies, he casts Ultima, which is the ultimate magic spell, on you. And it definitely kills you, unless you're really high level. It'll wipe your whole party. So that's why I have re-raise on everybody, so when I get wiped, I come back to life. But instead I just hit him with a bunch of ice and he died, so there you go. There's a new strat if you want to do that. Alright, I'm going to equip everybody since I have to go to Kefka's Tower now, so. I'm going to equip everybody. I'm going to probably see if I can. I didn't mean to speedrun them. Hold on, yeah. I'll get my big boys set up, which are these guys. And I'll set up the other guys. And then, see if I have to buy anything. Which I probably do. Which I'll probably need some money. So we'll do that, and then we'll do Kefka's Tower, I guess. You get to be fast. I mean, it's a crown, it's cool. Make you really strong if I want to. Okay, she can use the Zentetsuken. Interesting. Okay. Second party. It's you. You. I like Mog. I like Strago just because he's sassy. Gal, you don't... Strago, you're level 50. Alright, yeah, there we go. So equip all these people. Alright. Healing rods are poop. Alright, you get your... What is it? Here we go. Sure. Oh, Moogle. We'll make it real easy. Oh, you know what? Mm-mm. You good? You don't have anything. Sure, whatever. Forgot I can do this. Oh, I could equip the, what is it? Are you the only one that can use the Berserker ring? Hold on. I knew I got something that was Berserker. I swear I saw it. Hold on. There's so many words. Okay. It's only Uro. And then Blizzard Orb does something. There we go. Everyone is more or less equipped. We'll go to a town. Let's see if I have to buy anything. Chat looking cute tonight? Good. You've never used the Blizzard Orb on him? He does a thing where he'll, blow blizzards at people occasionally. That's the best way to describe it. That's where I left it. Yes, how'd you know? Good find. Okay. Everybody can wear black cowls. Sure, we'll just buy a billion of these. Don't come- You're allowed to come in here with positivity! 1, 2. You can't stop from doing it, besides that means less eats and body slams. True. But I just get so excited that, like, I have something for him, and I'm like, this is what he gets now. I don't want the healing round, stop it. Not you, not you, not you. You. Not you. Yeah, no, like, I know. I'm like, ooh, it's a thing specifically for him? Yes, I'm going to equip it. It does not matter if it's good or not. Could get a bunch of Fuma shurikens. Alright. I'm gonna go to another town. I'm gonna go to Jador. Usually Jador's decent for stuff. And make sure I didn't miss anything that my people will need. Jador's over here somewhere. Also, it has that music. What the hell do you guys have on your heads? Where are you, Sullies? You have a circlet on your head. Yeah, that's fine. How many tents do I have? 5. Could use a few more tents, and then we're good. Goodbye, money! Alright. Did you guys want to see Shadow's dreams, or nobody cares? You do? Okay. Let's see him. Alright, make a Shadow in my party. I don't remember if I have to sleep in specific places or I just have to sleep with him in a town. So we'll find out. I don't know. I've only done it like a few times. So we'll just start taking naps. I'm showing you dreams. Is being in with him? No. Okay, no free beds. We'll go to the Thasma. I forgot what the place is called. It's one go. What? Yes, please. You think Jack's saying he wants to steal your mans? He can try. I, meanwhile, will be sleeping at this inn a whole bunch. I don't remember how to trigger these. I just know you have to sleep in the inn with Shadow. I don't know if you have to sleep in a certain place. Oh no. This innkeeper must be like, what is wrong with these people? Maybe it has to be a different town. I'll go try one more time. I'll do a world tour of me sleeping in every inn. Okay, hold on. I've actually never tried to get his dream sequences. I just get them, and I was like, oh yeah, he's sleeping in an inn with Shadow. That's it. You have a 1/4 chance of happening. We're gonna try all the inns now. Maybe this inn's comfy for him. You know? Where's your inn? Yeah, I think it's random. I don't know. We're just gonna sleep everywhere. See what happens. Oh, it's random. Okay, we're going back to one Gill Inn. We'll just keep doing that. He's got like 4... Yeah, yes, I am sleeping around in all the inns. He's got like, I think, 4 dreams or something? Alright. 5. I'm back, buddy. You're hungry again? I know that feeling. One more try. Eat lots of fiber. That's supposed to fill you up. Popcorn will not fill you up. What the f— Are you shy, Shadow? Do you not want to be in front? Oh, Feta's so good on popcorn. Yeah, but that's a good thing. It's supposed to help you poop. Protein fills you up? It depends on the person, I think. Okay, well, you know what? You don't get no dreams, guys. Sorry. You'll get Kefka's Tower. Well, not they're good. They're expensive, though. Alright. I tried. I'm gonna try again. One more time. Nah, there's no reason for them to take it out. They didn't really change anything in the game. They didn't add any of the Game Boy Advance crap, but, I don't know. Okay, Kefka's Tower. Alright, we're going in. It's time we took the battle to Kefka's doorstep. What's wrong? Sellies. The gods of the Warring Triad control the magic of the Esper world. If we destroy them... You're worried what might happen? Hi, Corelli, how you doing? Can't say for sure, but... Espers, and even magic itself could vanish from the world. And if that happens... what'll happen to Terra? How y'all doing? Doing alright. How are you doing? We're about to do the final dungeon. Yee-hee. Alright. Buff. Very buff. Do I want to pair very buff with a Moogle Charm? Oh, no, we'll have 2 buffs there and a Moogle Charm. There you go. Trying to stay awake? Ah, that has been me for most of the day too. I no longer produce energy, it seems. Only sleep. It's 2 in the morning for you, Car. What are you doing? Go to sleep. Hi, not custodian. Alright, let's see. We'll put the couple together. We'll put level 50 together. You can mimic this. Alright, this is already too powerful. Stray cat. strong. Do we want Cyan, Setzer, Realm? Hell yeah, no Sol and Kefka's Tower. Cyan. Realm or Setzer? I always like the idea of having a 10-year-old fight. Oh. Now usually it's this. This is the people I leave behind. I still might leave Gal behind. Alright, I think these are my parties. The warring triad awaits. It's weird. Okay. Okay, I like it. Sounds good. Oh, you guys need relics. Would you like? Well, it doesn't really matter because you're not getting a lot of fights, but that's okay. What else is happening with it? Oh my gosh. I have a map. No, it's good. I'm like, this is why I'm not doing stuff. I picked the party with no encounters because I want to hear the music. Squirrel costume. I don't like that. Okay. Sorry if it had too many tabs open on your browser, but you have the same amount you always do. That's weird. Is there anything running in the background? Yeah, like sometimes, you know, is there something going on in the background? Oh, this looks different. Welcome back, Steve. Oh my god, look at this. Look at it, shows you the tunnels. Look How that's upsetting. A shield is... Everybody can use this. Mostly. Genji, Mithril. Put it on you. Here you go. Perfect. You agree that a little bit of suffering makes for a better game experience, especially with those tunnels? I mean, I'm coming from the point of view of working to find all the hidden stuff, or feeling really accomplished when I accidentally, like, just found a hidden tunnel. Like, I found that by accident when I was a kid. But I also understand that everyone's going to do that. So that's a just minor personal complaint. It's not a big deal. What? I'm a gatekeeping elitist. No. This guy's mean, and I don't like fighting him. Body. Lightning. How about some leaves? Alright, everyone is... We're just gonna keep up the Kiragas here for now. Do it! Yeah! Leaves! Going around your block until they came up with what for it a novel that I swear to God. So sad I read that. Don't do it! Don't do it to her! She's special. Okay. You poor thing. Oh! Burbs! Mog, thanks. Yeah, I don't need to do that. Sorry. Miss! Oh, it's... sorry. Okay. Level from bosses? No. Oh, yay. They're pretty dramatic attacks by the enemy for 200 damage. Sometimes you gotta be dramatic. Alright. There we go. Thank you. For some reason, on this party, the third party is always like the one that I take with all like the dumpy people, and then this boss kicks my ass. I have remembered. Mog, kill me. Whee! Okay. Oh yeah, I'm gonna kick Kefka's butt. Go. Yay! Rainbow brush. Thank you for following Dragons 106. Welcome, welcome, welcome. Realm's not even in my party. I don't know why I'm excited about this. It's alright. Just in case. Kept trying to get a sloga to stick to this boss. Mog was the only one who had it, but no shields. So what do you do before it's cast and you could regain control of the fight? Like I said, I kind of leveled everybody a bit off stream, so everything's a little easier now. Okay, okay, that makes more sense. Oh, and there's a dragon here. How you doing? Skull dragon. Holy boy. I got one. Yeah, cockatrice. Can't have the door open for me. Really? I thought it was a nice gesture. Oh, Jesus. You just moogle at me. Here we go. Oh. Thank you. Hey, and I learned Holy, and I got a muscle belt. One dragon remaining. Disaster is... it's annoying. I'm not a big fan of that ability. Muscle belt gives you hit points. Maximum hit points by 50%. It's kind of good. I feel like this is the side that could just go basically to the end and then everyone else has to catch up. Okay guys, I'm here. Alright, yeah, you got transformed. Yes. Oh, I do have room in my party. Never mind. Oh, that's right. I switched out for, okay. Go. You can have that, because that is yours. I need that. I kind of want to switch this for... oh my gosh. So many hit points. It's kind of better. Okay. Why can't I find what I'm looking for? Okay, my eyeballs don't work anymore then. Oh well. I've always had this problem. Just my eyes start not to leak. They're like, yeah. Hi, Dragons. How you doing? How's my day going? Pretty decent. This is for a realm. I was a bit tired, but I'm doing good. Hypno Crown. Raise the success rate of control. I will take it. Anyway, welcome in. I don't have very good things here. Alright, now we have to fight stuff. Damn it. Oh, I didn't put a thing on. Alright, let me put an alarm thing on. Angel ribbon. Protect, blah blah blah. So who has it on then? You got it. Give me this. Oh, there's the memento ring. Why? App. There you go. Oops. Hey, get you. Oh no. Okay. I didn't mean to do that. Damn it. Oh no, you got one on. Okay, never mind. Good. You can have... Sure, whatever. Cleave all enemy in two. Bomb rushes for everybody. Doink. Primeval dragon. Sure. Damn it. So this is the bum rush team. It's okay. Bum rush very strong. No one needs. Oh, you do. Which way do we go? That's the right way. Pinwheel. That is a thing that I already have. Your audio keeps desyncing? As long as everything's working properly on my end. It might just be a Twitch thing. Sometimes it happens to me. Why does Gogo's sprite look cool, but his portrait looks terrifying? Gogo, like, this portrait reminds me of, like, just they grabbed someone from New York, put a costume on, and was like, alright, just copy everything I do. Let's fight Ultima. Does no one know how to float? You know how to float. Eh. Sure, let's do this. I am the one known as Ultima, forged an eternity ago. I was placed here, and then forgotten in the mist of time. Long have I pondered what I should do. Long have I pondered. But now it seems I have an answer. It's dark matter. I'm sorry, bum rush is a really good answer, okay? It is, right? It's dark matter. Oh god, they hate. Why do you hate Cyan? What did he do to you? See, this team's not very fair because Saban's like level 60, so. I want to see this again. That's so cool. This guy ponders. The damage is respectable. It is. Yes. Saban has almost as much hit points as the rest of your team. Oh, he does. Thank you. Like I said, he was the... Oh, I learned Tsunami! I didn't even mean to! Yes! Saban was my rock in, being able to level everyone else up. I was trying to keep everyone kind of even, but like, I was just like, alright, Sabin has to stay in this party to keep everyone alive, or to at least not wipe, so. He gained all the levels. He gained all the levels. Did I get anything? I got an ability. Tsunami. Alright, let's go. Whoop. I don't think I've ever fought this guy before. So, we'll just attack him normal. That was a rare encounter? Yay! Accidentally getting all the rare encounters. That takes me back out. I think this one takes me forward. So your cat's name's Kelly? That's cute. Who wants to wear a force shield? Can you wear a force shield? I didn't even realize my force shield was here. Who has really shitty shields on? All the RNG lost from Shadow Dreams. I'm getting the random rare battles. I guess so. It's weird though because I never had difficulty getting Shadow's Dreams before, so this is going up. Let's see what this looks like. I never use most of the sword text. Okay, I don't get to see it at all. Never mind. That's what happens when you play around. Yep. Oh yeah, I was just like, hopefully he won't hit me. He did. Chest. Force armor. Can you wear that? Where's your body? Alright, you guys are good enough, I guess. Damn it! I did it wrong. There you go. So for Gogo, I can't auto battle, and like if I put a blitz in and hit auto battle, he won't do the blitz again. He'll just attack. So it's a little tedious. Sorry, I got distracted. Just mimicking. Wait, what? Which way's the right way? What's your name before you adopted her? You always thought adopting a cat was kind of weird? I don't know, I've always... Like, Tenchi was adopted, Lupin was a stray. Timber was a stray. So, I mean, those are the only two ways I know of how to get cats. Damn it. But I think adopting cats is a good thing. No one wants to be in a cage in a building. That is terrible. Oh, freeze me. Adopting cats is yeah, I think it's an ethical choice. They need a home. Give them one, you know? Give them a home. I learned Bahamut. Holy? Having an indoor cat is gonna make them live 5 times longer and protect native wildlife. That's true. All my cats have always been indoor cats. But for a long part of my life, I lived on a very busy road, so even if I wanted them outdoors, they'd get run over, and I don't want that to... I don't want that. But I think cats should basically be indoors. I got so many ribbons now? Anyway, I think if you take them for a walk or just do like supervised outdooring, that's fine. Oh, wrong party. Like Timber would love to go out back on my like back stairs and you just hang out outside. Just right there. He was old, so I couldn't let him run around, obviously. And he would just roll around in the sun and just be super happy. And I'm like, okay, nothing wrong with that. I got the thing down here. Yeah. Metal Hitman. I didn't know there was level halving in this game. I'ma control you. Or I don't know how to pronounce your cat's name. H's for walks, like Tindorma does with cat, to see if he likes it or not. Make sure you get a very strong one. Cats are really slippery. They can get out of a lot of things. Using create, yes. Well, this Kefka's Tower always had like insta-death stuff, and I probably should equip something that... Oh, I have a safety bit, never mind. I should probably put his memento ring on, and then you can wear... Yeah, that's fine. Cats are liquid, it is known? Yes, they really are. So, when Timber was much younger, a long time ago, I had a cat harness and I would take him out in my backyard and I let him walk around like twice. And he hated it and then he loved it and he would just eat all the grass. But the second time he got out, somehow. So, I mean, I grabbed him and I was like, alright, we're going back inside. But you have to be careful. Why are these so far down? Wait, did I come up from here? Where am I going? This way. It is locked. Okay. There's one more dragon I have to attack. Did I hit? Oh, there's the dragon. Alright, how is everybody? Just in case. Fight me! Was this a gold dragon? Gold dragon. It's not. It's something. Just explores everything. See fun apartment. Playing this with the term dragging this game. Yes. Well, you know, it's we just accept it. Look, making enemy sprites is hard work, so obviously they gave up after a little while. Crystal Orb. All 8 dragons have been defeated. The 8-fold seal is broken. Obtained Crusader Magicite. Unlocked Magicite Completionist. Thank you. This is where you learn Meltdown. Engulfs all enemies and allies in an ultra-hot flame. Ignores magic defense and meteor. It just could have a color. Well, excuse me. Oh, fight Yojimbo. Not chakra, Jesus. There you go. Murtan? Yes, but they call it Meltdown in this version. Innocent. I am indeed. Oh god, it's crazy. They're all crazy. Oh, he uncrazied himself. Sorry. Ah, yes. See, that's quote 277. This was a long time ago. I'd have a habit of starting stream and have, like, my food to finish. Oh, yeah, I gotta fight this big boy. I forgot. Oops. Oh, no. I don't wanna fight you. How you doing? Guardian. Activating default battle program. Do you not have Libra? Oh, you do. Thank you for healing me. I'm gonna try it. Water and lightning. Water. Guardian revives. El Niño. Heal. Arise. Come back to me, Mog. didn't mean to. Okay, well, I didn't do it yet. I meant to do this. Come on. Dadaluma battle program. Give me your magic. Hey, hey. Thank you. Okay. Yay. Where do I go? What am I doing? I need to get to that door. How do I get to that door? What happens if I go over here? It's my Moogle. Oh, I have to fight these guys too. I forgot about that. Damn it. What game am I playing after I beat Final Fantasy V? The Pixel Remaster? So I'm gonna beat this. I want to get back to 5. I have the Chrono Cross Remaster coming out. There we go. Forgot to do that. So I want to play that. I'm going to be playing the Kirby game, the new one that's coming out tomorrow. I'll be playing that on stream, most likely. Yeah, it's kind of got like all I have for now. I want to play the rest of the Final Fantasy games at some point, like 1, 2, 3, 4, the Pixel Remasters. Because like Autumn and I think it would be enjoyable to play. You want Chrono? You want Chrono Trigger? Suppose I could throw some Chrono Trigger in there. It's not like I don't play that game. I am quite fond of Chrono Trigger. Don't mind having the excuse to play Chrono Trigger again, so. You just wondering? Yeah, no, that's fine. I generally just have like an idea of like what kind of few games I'm gonna be playing in the immediate future, and then I just figure the rest out. So, do I want to fight these first? But yeah, so beat this, then beat Final Fantasy V, because that's what I was doing before this came out. And then do the Chrono Cross Remaster, I guess that's what they're calling it. And I definitely want to play Kirby. At least I want to play once on stream, see if you guys like it. I played the demo and it was super adorable, so. Oh yeah, I meant to check that out. God, I forgot about that. Thank you for reminding me. So, yeah, I do play it once a year. I can't help it. I really like Chrono Trigger. Jeez, oh no. There you go. Libra. Who knows what? Oh, stop it, guys. I need to figure out what I have on my. Oh my god, stop it. Do you have Libra? Yes. Give me the information. No, that is his phone ringtone. I absolutely despise it, but, that's his ringtone for everybody. Isn't it horrendous? Holy! Nobody knows Holy. Alright, Sally, so you just have to get us through this fight. This boss works on Ninja. Yeah, this boss does. Alright, Shadow, I think you're gonna have to die. I'm sorry. Holy, do I know Holy? No, but I know how to attack. He's shaking the ground! Yes, thank you, Shadow. Yes, just keep attacking Sellies. I much appreciate that. Is there? Oh, you know what? Hates to go. Everyone's okay. Alright, this guy needs to be slowed. Realm, do you know how to slow? Realm? I mean, poor small child. Oh no! Oh shit, I'm shit. I was convinced Sellies was never gonna be frozen. No, stop glowing, please. Fiend's aura is trembling violently. Activating default battle program. Awesome. Balls. Now immune to fire. Are you immune to having the poop kicked out of you? No, I can't hit you. How do you like, Oh! This guy's gonna kill me! Oh, you don't like it! I healed him. How do you feel about, you are, you're a big hoe. Why can't I just hit you like a normal person, please? Stop it. Just hit him. You can't hit me. How do you like, do you like poison? No, there's no whole command. That heals him too. I don't even know what this is. I want to look at it. Has to be hacked through. Yeah, he's gonna be immune to everything, and then I won't be able to, how do you like gravity? I might need to do this battle again because I did it pretty badly. Come on, Sally's. Oh shit. That's okay, you got this. You are so... I pressed the... Damn it. I pressed the auto button. It's alright, we would've died anyway. What if... I... What do you target? I don't care. I'm gonna keep doing this. I do have a rise. Ha! Yeah! The dog's gonna get you. Alright. You leave your stupid fiendish rage. God damn it. Wind, gravity, I don't know. Can I put you to sleep? Do you still have reflect on? Can I just attack you? Please, sir? No, I can't. Can I control you? Yeah, I'm gonna be invisible. Ha! Right back at you. What are you gonna do? Can I just drain hit points? Hi, Chivalpany, how you doing? Does this hit me? Does this un-invisible me? Fucker. How about... Stop it. Hold on. No, no! Do I have this on active? Shit. Thought I had this on wait. Alright, I need more bodies. Alright. Can I just throw? Will that hit you at least? I just want to see. Probably not. No. Alright, do you still have reflect on? This is a permanent thing. No. Okay. I'm absolutely going to wipe, don't you worry. Bitch. MP sleep. Can I put you to sleep? I cannot. Can I... Please target MP? Can I take your MP away? I'm not looking for her. Damn it! Alright, now I'm in the menu shit. Oh, no, you are. Never mind. I don't know what I'm supposed to do. None of these things work. Can I berserk you? Can I turn you to an imp? No. Can I just kill you? She's just one-hitting, so I don't really care about it. Can I? No. None of this is gonna work. Do it! Come on! Oh, I thought it was... Never mind. I thought it was her. She's gonna punch me to death. Oh, she's gonna wipe. Don't worry. Fine. I'm doing magic anyway. Did you learn Drain? Did you learn Osmos? I will suck out your hit points slowly. Oops, I don't know what I made Realm do. That's alright. Damn it. Not a lot of people learn Drain, so... I absolutely missed how many hit points he had left. Damn it! Realm! Look, I know I could reset and just kill him before he does this, but I'm taking this as a personal challenge, and also he has some hit points. Okay. Oh my god, it's gonna take so long to do it this way! What if I teleport? Can I just leave the dungeon? How about if I... Let's just stop you. Can I control you? This is never gonna work. I really should just reset. I'm gonna make sure you still have, like, this is all shit that's not gonna work. Oh, Thundara works. Alright, I figured it out. Oh, bitch! Oh, bitch! Okay. Come on, eyeballs. Hi, Blizzard. There we go. See, my goal is to bore him to death, and there, because he's so bored, I'll kill him. He'll think he won, but in the end, boredom is it's going to be his undoing, and that's how you win. Make me nervous. Oh, I didn't. What? See? Bore him to death. Or forget that he didn't nix Thunder and then cast Thunder. Are the Roaring Triad evil? And is it another reference to Christianity? I mean, I think you can kind of reference anything to Christianity if you want to. Ooh. But the Roaring Triad, we're just gods and goddesses with too much power and not enough self-control. So I don't know if they're evil. They don't sound like good people, though. On the scale of really good to really bad, they're probably closer to not so great. But then they were like, we made everything terrible. We should probably stop. And we're gonna turn to stone. And then go away. So. Oh my god, this battle took so long. Oh, I'm sorry. So what we'll probably have to do, because I have to end stream soon. Thank you. Have direct references? Do they really? It's not anything I've noticed, but you know. So what we're going to do is I'm going to try to fight the last two fiends. Then I will like quick save, or usually give me a save point. I'll save, and then stream tomorrow. We'll just continue with beating this game, which is like probably an hour because it's 20 minutes for the ending and another 20 minutes, maybe less. And then I'll start. I'll do curbs. So that's the plan for tomorrow. Stream should start at 4. If I ever start early, I never do anything like super important or interesting, but yeah, it should be 4 CST. So, yeah, so we'll do like, I'll make sure I start I don't start earlier, and if I do start earlier, I won't like beat the game or anything until 4. And then, we'll beat the game, because I don't want to rush through it tonight, you know, to like make it before. Basically, Crow streams at 9. Usually I try to stop at 8, so then we have like 30 minutes to just hang out before he starts stream. I'm gonna do this, so I don't want to like rush through everything, basically, so. And I want to enjoy the game. Right, Libra? You have all the magic. Oh. Cool. She's our one-winged dangerous. It's Final Fantasy 7. So this shouldn't be too tough, I don't think. She does charm people though, right? Blech. Rude. Bitch! Tells me the story can teach you. I'm gonna be honest. I have never known what was going on in Final Fantasy Tactics. I was just so into the job system. So that's good to know. Excalibur. Yeah, the last guy, I forgot, he's kind of rough if you let him get all his shit off. But I'll look stuff up. I find that interesting. Sully's, Edgar, Terra, and Locke. This, yeah, okay. Good point. I was just very, like, I was like, yeah, stuff's happening. People are upset, whatever. What does this job do? Oh. Mitsu no Kami. Mysterious katana that sometimes parries enemy attack. Oh, I'm sorry, Cyan. I should have put this on you. I want to see what his tent looks like. Oh, it's cute. Final Fantasy making political statements? No. Not really. Alright, I've got to do this. Your attack goes down, but that's because, sorry, that was the ultimate weapon. Oh, I should do the, no, you know what, I don't care. Let's go. Alright, this is the last one. Oh, you know what? Magic. I don't... do. Where's the mouse? Poison. Hello? Kira? Kiraga? Okay. Making me nervous. No Wendy's for dinner. They forgot your nugget sauce, but you got 11 nuggets called either. Do you like honey on your chicken nuggets? Because that can be a compromise. Alright. You don't like poison. I don't have poison. I have diamonds though. Oh, that heals him. That's okay. Do another one of those Healy things, Mr. Moogle Mog. Haha. Okay, sure. I didn't mean heal him, I meant heal me. Damn it. Okay, that doesn't do much. Now I got to see. So... oh. You have this. Mog, I should probably kill you, but... okay. Alright, cool. Do you not know? No, you don't. Hit you with a bird. Oh no. Oh. Dramatic attacks. Hi Fire Eastern, how you doing? Sorry, I'm trying not to lose. Okay, that does do damage. Oops, I did something. I'm gonna kill you with birds. Okay. Damn it, Log! You always do this. I'm about to heal. Okay, alright. We should be good. Okay. They're fairly new, yeah. I thought they're cute. Arise Kuraga. Radiant plants. Ooh, Mr. Mooglemon. We destroyed the Warring Triad, but the power of magic isn't fading like it should be. Could Kefka have extracted the very source of magic from them? Maybe. Mighty sphere that glows with an inner light. That's a pretty good sphere. Hello. There we go. We've done everything in Kefka's Tower. Okay. Oh. And that's the end of stream for today. Like I said, tomorrow we will just continue on. Yes. Next we slaughter Kefka. I'll be on at 4 p.m. CST Central Time. And we will continue. We will beat Kefka. We'll do the whole shebang. We'll watch the beautiful Pixel Remaster ending of this and enjoy it. And then after that, I will be playing that Kirby Forgotten World, the Kirby game that just came out, where he eats a car. And we're playing that. So we're gonna finish Final Fantasy VI Pixel Remaster, and then we're gonna play Kirby, because I really, really want to play it, and it looks stupid and adorable. And I played the demo, and it's so dumb, and I love it. So yes, we're gonna slaughter a god. Yes, we are. No problem, Resto. So that's the plan for tomorrow. Nobody little is on, and I don't want to raid anyone big because they don't need it. I won't keep you guys to myself. Doink. You're gonna play Kirby Eats a Car. I played like 2/3 of the demo because I was like, all right, I want this game, but is it good? And I played it, and I'm like, this is for me. Yes, I get to eat cars and just be squishy and pink and just I love it. So nice. No problem. Thank you for hanging out, everybody. As always, here's my socials. I do art, so there's some art in there too if you want to check it out. If you're new and you haven't followed, please feel free to follow so you know when I'm live. If you want to join my Discord, feel free. I ping when I'm live in there, but that's it. And I think that's everything I got. Could I title the stream something like what? We're gonna play Kirby Eats a Car? Yes, I can. I'll copy that right now. I'll change it when I change my game tomorrow. I'm glad you came by, Far Eastern. I hope things are good for you. Okay, so that's all I got. Yeah, that's it. So I hope you guys have a good day or good night. Thank you so much for the support and hanging out. I really appreciate it. And yeah, you guys are the best. I'll see you later.